Welcome to Truth Recon. I'm Agent D. Baker, former narcotics detective, SWAT team member, and U.S. Navy combat veteran. With years of real world experience in high stakes environments, I've seen firsthand the dangers that lurk both in our communities and now increasingly online. Before this show begins, understand this. What you are about to hear may be disturbing to some audiences. This podcast contains explicit language, dark themes, and real conversations that are not suitable for children and may be triggering for some individuals. If you choose to continue, do so knowing this content is intended for mature audiences only. Discretion is advised. What's up, everybody? Hope everyone's having a good Friday night. Excited to be on tonight. As always, a lot to talk about. We'll let the chat steer the conversation tonight. I don't have a overall set topic, so we'll let y'all run things tonight and ask some good questions, and we'll go from there. And what was I going to tell y'all as soon as we got on? Oh, I know. One thing I'm interested in on everyone that's on right now, if you would please list in the chat where you're from. You can either give the state or city and state. Give me an idea of where everybody is watching from. Thank you, Nancy. There we go. Long Tall Sally, you're my neighbor. I'm in Tuscaloosa as well. Katie, you're not in Iran. Carrollton, Alabama. Perry, y'all have a great sheriff in that county. He's a really good friend of mine. Oak Grove, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Well, welcome. Knoxville, Tennessee. Awesome. Good to see you back, Brandy. Jasper. What's better, Stacy? What's up, Sienna? Christy. Warrior, Alabama. Louisiana. Michaela. Foley. Empire, Alabama. Every time someone says Empire, and I hear it a lot now that I've been talking so much about Walker County, is there was a rapper. Oh my goodness, what was his name? Oh, I'll think of it in a minute. He was really good, honestly. He was very talented. And, oh, okay, I see, Stacy. But he wrote a song. He wrote a song one time about how to cook ice. And I'm not talking about the ice that you put in your drink. Kid Suda. Yes, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Kid Suda. But the video, I mean, it ended up getting millions and millions of views. But he was just sitting on a porch. Probably been up for about 4 or 5 days. And just a guitar. And I mean, very impressive in all seriousness. And but either at the end or the beginning or the end, he says he's in Empire, Alabama. I never knew his real name. Do you know him? Yeah, shake that bottle. I can sing the whole song. I mean, I'm not going to, but I could. I got to get him on the podcast. I love that guy, and I mean, seriously, I love that guy. He is very talented. We will do that, Sienna. Anthony Gann. Yeah, I never knew his real name. But the song was, I mean, it was awesome and extremely accurate. The guy knew what he was talking about because he tells you exactly how you do it. But I play that song in every class I've ever taught for law enforcement since that came out, and it's been out for a long time. Or first time I heard it was probably, I don't know, 10 years ago. I play it, and for everyone for the police officers, investigators, and stuff that's never heard it before, every one of them's impressed. Like, wow, that's pretty crazy. Friday nights with Baker karaoke? No. The lava lamp has been a hit. Y'all can thank my team for that. He's in recovery now. Well, that's awesome. I mean, the last time I saw him, he made some legit music videos, and he looked a lot healthier. But I've listened to a bunch of his songs. I still listen to him. The first YouTube videos he posted, he would sing, he would rap, and he would use like a pen, like literally just a pen on a tabletop with the beat for the beat, and so impressive. What's up, Tammy? So, what is the fallout or reaction to Walker County Sheriff losing the election? Well, there's been a lot of parties thrown, a lot of happy people. In all honesty, a lot of happy people. Oh yeah, I mean that's a and there's not many. I mean, obviously the man didn't get many votes at all. He got, what was it, barely 20% of all the votes. So it's not many, but there's still people that I see in the comments in places talking about how Walker County's ruined now, and oh my goodness, nothing's going to be the same. Thankfully, but they're saying it in, like it's a bad thing. I think if you could get into the minds of someone that's fully supports, say if there is someone that fully supports him, that's not involved in criminal activities, and I'm sure there are some. I think it would be a very interesting study of their minds, to study their minds and just understand how they could still fully support him. Oh God, I saw that. He's going to be a professional jiu-jitsu fighter. Yeah, he's been posting himself doing jiu-jitsu. And every time he posted it, I think about the karate chop guy, the Judy chop. Everybody knows that guy. But every time I see him post something about that, that's what I think about. That we need to make some kind of parody with him looking like the Judy chop guy. No, not Karate Kid. There's a guy that was on YouTube, and he was like, "You got to do the Judy chop." That's how he says it too. Franklin County, Alabama. That's where I grew up. Yeah, Melody knows who I'm talking about. The Judy Chop guy. Who do I think is going to be the next sheriff in Walker County? Jason Akins. I think he's going to have the votes. Did I see where you tagged me in a missing persons case? story in Coleman today. I have not yet, but I will check that out. What's up, Monica? Carla? He's the only person I know that changes his profile banner on Facebook 5 times a day. Does he change his banner that much? I haven't even, I haven't even noticed that. Tell Jason I know a spot because apparently the other, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. The boohoo chop. Oh, that's good, Sienna. Yeah, I hope Jason Akins wins, and I think he's going to. I think there's a really good shot at that. Now, we have to get people to go vote. That's the hardest thing about a runoff. The hardest thing about a runoff is actually getting people to go vote. It's always an extremely low turnout. So the runoffs are not about who the most people would vote for. It's whoever can get the most voters to the polls. Anyone in politics will tell you that it is so hard to get people to go. But this is, these elections, and I think a lot more people are starting to realize now how important elections are and how much they affect our lives, everyday lives. And it's not something that you can just go sit in a corner and forget about and not have to worry about or think about. It will affect you in some way whatsoever. In some way, it will. And you should go vote. I promise you, if you didn't have the right to vote, if you lived in a country where you didn't vote, I promise you would do anything to be able to. We take it for granted. And we need to realize that and fix that. Monica has there's a new episode of Time Tells All dropping this weekend. If y'all have not gotten on and listened to Monica's podcast, Time Tells All, you can find it on Spotify, Apple Podcast. You're missing out. It's an amazing podcast, and it's about a cold case, a missing persons case out of Madison County, Alabama. But it's great. And apparently there's a new episode dropping this weekend, so make sure y'all go check that out. Subscribe to their podcast. Did I see what's going on in Lee County, Alabama? I did. Yeah. Are you talking about the new sheriff or the soon to be sheriff? Yeah, I did. I don't know that I really want to comment on it. The timing, wow. And what I'm about to say has nothing to do with what he just asked me about with Lee County, Alabama. This is just in general. It's just when you hear about something like that, it reminds me of this. So please understand, I am not putting anybody at fault in whatever is going on. I have no clue. But who you marry, and I know some of you are going to be like, well, of course, that's a stupid thing. Like, who wouldn't know that? A lot of people. Your spouse, who you marry, is extremely important to your success in whatever you're doing. 100%. it is very, very hard, if not impossible, for you to fully succeed in what you're wanting to if you don't have a spouse that understands that is going to back you no matter what, that is going to be there for you, supporting all that. And especially if you're in politics. If you're going to get in politics and there's problems going on at home, don't. Because it's only going to make those problems at home way, way worse. You've got to have your home life situated in order if you want to get into politics. Did I get information on Mark Dollar? I have, but I've not got a chance to really put it all together yet, but that will be together by next week. I don't think that's the answer, Christy. Never get married. No, I think it's extremely important to have a good partner in life. You can't go through life by yourself. Because another thing that will keep you from being successful is being alone. What's going on in DeKalb County? Oh, and by the way, if I don't say a state after, then we're talking about Alabama. That's where I am. So if we're talking about a city or a county or something, then we don't say a state. We're talking about Alabama. We got to. Will you send that in Discord so I can show it to everybody? This is awesome. Y'all wait till y'all see this picture. Leaving a bad 25-year relationship. I'm staying single for the rest of my life. It's not good for you. I'm just being honest. It's not. There's some good people out there. This is going to get y'all. This is going to get some good laughs here. Let me get this pulled up. That's not right. There we go. Now, for those of you that don't know who this is Walker County, Alabama Sheriff Nick Smith, the by far most corrupt sheriff that possibly in the history of law enforcement in the United States. I'm not exaggerating. There's a lot to this photo. Now, obviously, this is AI. My team added the cowboy hat here. Now, this is legit, correct? Team. Yeah, he is Mr. He is Mr. Judy Chop. Now, this guy, I'm telling you, and no, I do not. For anyone that's asked, I do not feel bad about making fun of this guy at all. He has ruined a lot of people's lives. a lot. He has hurt a lot of people very, very badly. He deserves to be made fun of every chance. But the funny thing about the cowboy hat is he made all these campaign pictures with his family and things like this, and they were all posted. And then, like 2 weeks before the election, they went back and they had AI add this cowboy hat to all of his pictures, and it was as obvious as it is here that you can tell that's not, the hat wasn't on him in the picture. It was that obvious, and it looked so. It was a joke. I mean, anyway, and I just wish I would have been in that meeting of, if there was some type of meeting with him and his, whoever was help running his campaign, where somebody was like, you know what we need to do? You know what will win this election? If we add a cowboy hat to all his pictures. I've never worked in Russellville. I lived in Russellville from 2020 to 2023, but I worked in Florence and Marshall Shoals. I can almost bet he is not a black belt. Oh, I can bet you everything I've ever had that he's not a black belt. That's solid entertainment, though. Oh, here's Judy Chop. Is there sound to it? I don't think there is. Y'all can at least see him, though. This is Judy Chop guy. Oh, something. I've got to tell y'all about this because it. Wow. Those of you that have children, or that, like, I've got, my son is 11. Smart as can be. Very intelligent. Straight A's. Makes a B every once in a while. Very intelligent. My wife had set up for us to have some family pictures made on this like creek this evening. We were supposed to have been there like 6 o'clock. So we all get, dressed up, and we drive to the place, and we get out, and my 11-year-old goes, "Where's my shoes?" And we're like, "What?" He literally forgot his shoes altogether. Like, he walked from, now, we were in my truck, and my truck was in the garage. But he walked out of the house into the garage, got in the truck, and with no shoes. And apparently didn't realize it until we get to the place where we're going to take pictures. Oh, they will keep you on your toes. And we couldn't even be mad at him. It was so funny. I mean, all I could do was laugh. I was like, this is a first. Like, I joke around all the time about, I've got a 2.5-year-old little girl. And me and my wife joke around all the time about how a 2-year-old is just like a drunk college kid. Everything they do. Like, you'll be sitting there, they refuse to go to sleep. Always saying the most random things. Half the time they're walking around with one sock on and one sock off and one shoe on, and sometimes no clothes on at all. And like, we'll be driving down the road and my little girl just starts saying, socks. No reason. And so we're always joking about how the 2-year-old is like a drunk college kid. Apparently, 11-year-olds are too, because that's the only time in my life I could think where that would have been possible for me to have ever done. Rhonda, so here's the crazy part. That was what we were doing anyway. He didn't know that. He didn't have a clue. Well, actually, I didn't know that either. I didn't realize it either. My wife knew it. And so he tells us, and again, all I could do was start laughing. It's just one of those things like, what in the world? And he immediately starts getting upset. He's like, I've made a big mistake. So, then my wife's like, calm down, it's fine. And that was not what I expected to hear from her. I was like, what? And she was like, I don't think we're going to have our shoes on anyway because we're going to be in around this creek, and I think we're going to have to get in it too. And so anyway, that is what we were doing. So it ended up, of all times for him to forget shoes altogether, that was the best time. Yeah, so that was my evening. Glad I'm raising a normal 11-year-old boy. Yeah. Team, y'all got to start. Y'all got to use. I've got Discord pulled up here, so I don't have to look at my phone. And look on. I've already addressed that in Discord. So, team, go to the Discord on the live channel and see what I said. I wasn't yelling at anybody. What do you mean yell? I have a 2-year-old granddaughter. She does the funniest things. No, they're extremely entertaining. I mean, in all seriousness, it's a fun time because you never know what's going to happen next. Luckily, my home life is pretty much nonstop laughing. I think it's probably the only way I'm able to do this and stay mentally stable at all. I didn't call you out. Oh, and I'll probably bring this up a few more times, but I don't want to forget. From now on, so starting this coming Wednesday night, my lives on Wednesday nights, my Wednesday night lives from now on will just be on YouTube. So if you're not subscribing to my YouTube channel, it's Agent D Baker. Make sure you go over there and subscribe so you don't miss the Wednesday night lives. And they are going to be more gloves off, real talk, getting deep into some things. And the reason we're doing that is because you can't say anything you want to on YouTube, but you can say a lot more than you can on TikTok and Facebook. So just wait until I get grandchildren. Well, unfortunately, I'll be old when I get grandchildren. Well, I mean, it depends on when my son has children, which I hope I hope he's much older, obviously, but I won't be too old for him. But my little girl, I'll be, because I'm going to be like 60 at her high school graduation. Hopefully still healthy as can be. What's up, Monica? There you go, Monica, too. My favorite Monica's in now. Oh, yeah, she's going to keep me young. And probably hair gray and if any hair at all. But I'm guessing being like 65 is just like, I'm guessing it's like it is now for me. Like 99% of the time I forget I'm 43. I don't even think about it. And I still feel like, I mean, as far as just everything, I feel like I'm like 25. Like I'll hear somebody say that they're 40, 42, 43, whatever. And I'm like, man, they're pretty old. They're getting old. And then I realize I'm the same age. I just don't feel like it doesn't feel like you're that old though. I apologize, Bert. Bert says this is informative tonight. I said I'm letting y'all stare the car tonight, so y'all determine what we talk about. Anything interesting y'all want to talk about, then bring it up. That's not funny, Katie. My son is 40. I'm never going to be a grandma. You never know. I was 41 when I had my daughter. Yes, Ranger. That is correct. It's the best news we've had this year, in my opinion. Okay, I do want to talk about this. Christy brought it up. I do want to talk about this a little bit more because this is driving me insane. She's talking about the officer-involved shooting that happened in Vance, Alabama, which is in Tuscaloosa County, not far from where I live. I mean, I live in Tuscaloosa County anyway, and it's where I spent I worked most of my career with the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office. And I put a short, like a 4-minute video podcast, whatever you want to call it, out yesterday, I think, day before yesterday or yesterday, about it. So to walk you through the incident, so everyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, earlier this week at 5 a.m. in the morning, 3 deputies responded to a residence out in Vance, Alabama, to serve a felony warrant on someone. I believe they had received information that he was at this location. The warrant was for certain persons forbidden to possess a firearm. So they get there. It's around 5 a.m. in the morning. They figure out that a family member, somebody, I don't want to misspeak here, someone told them, I think he's in a tent, living in a tent in the backyard. So they go around to the backyard and they find this tent, and his sister, the suspect and his sister are both in this tent. They're living in this tent. And they're talking to her, and she's lying about who she is and lying about who he is. Or first she said she was the only one in the tent, that it was just her and her dog. And she's still in the tent, and I guess they're standing right outside of it. And while they're talking to her, and they're not buying, obviously they weren't buying what she was saying anyway, but they notice in the back of the tent, there's a man sitting in there with the mask on. So they start telling him to take the mask off. And they're telling her to get out. She wouldn't. And while he's still got the mask on, while they're commanding him to take it off, he pulls a pistol from his waistband and points it at them over her shoulder. Very unfortunate situation for her, but they had to do what they had to do. And they had to fire. And unfortunately, she lost her life. He is in critical condition. So he's still in the hospital. Don't know if he's going to make it or not. Horrible situation. Definitely a situation that no good law enforcement officer ever wants to be in. Like I've said 1,000 times, police officers don't wake up in the morning and on their way to work go, man, I hope I'm involved in a shooting today. If they do, they're in the wrong business, and they've got major issues. That's not what we do. That's the last thing we want to happen for a lot of reasons. But they had to do what they had to do. And, oh my goodness, the Facebook and TikTok attorneys and lawyers, oh my goodness, and crime scene experts, and yes, it was a BB gun, but it looked exactly like a real one. So, and that's one thing I want to say, the fact that it ended up being a BB gun, I got to stop saying that one word. They're going to kick me off. But the fact that it ended up being a BB one is irrelevant, because at the time, they had no idea of knowing that, and it looked real. And again, they have to protect their life. I get so tired of people. Number one, it is not a police officer's duty to give up their life just because you want to resist arrest. Not. Get that out of your head. For anybody that thinks that, you don't know what you're talking about. That is not a law enforcement officer's duty. Will they put their life in danger to help you and save you and protect you? Absolutely. The good ones will, anyway. But if there is a bad person with a firearm and they point it at them It is not their duty just to sit there and let them get themselves shot. That's not the way it works. One comment that just pisses me off so bad is they should have backed out and called for backup. They should have backed out and got behind their car or something. Do you people know, I mean, is there some kind of secret? Do you people know human beings that are faster than a speeding bullet? Because I don't know anybody that's that fast. That's how ignorant you sound when you make that comment. They should have backed out. There's no time to back out at that point. If someone is pointing one at you, you're lucky if you even have time to pull the trigger on yours. We're not talking, you don't even have seconds. You have fractions of seconds or fractions of a second to react. Fractions of a second. And if you've never been in that situation, you will never fully understand it. So that's the first one that I want to talk. And the amount of people I've seen, they should have backed out. They should have done this. They should have done that. Yeah, that's, again, unless you're faster than a speeding bullet, you can't back out then. You can't retreat. Another one is so much for de-escalation. They need to be trained better on de-escalation. Again, I have taught de-escalation classes. That's de-escalation is nowhere in your mind at that point, nor should it be. Again, if someone points a firearm at a police officer, the only thing, listen to me, the only thing they are trained to do and should do is fire back. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's very troubling and concerning to me that there's that many people that don't comprehend these simple things. It is very unfortunate that the sister lost her life. She didn't deserve that. But that is 100%, listen, 100% her brother's fault, the suspect's fault. Zero fault on the law enforcement officers. Zero. He obviously did not care about his life, and he didn't care about his sisters. And you see his family and friends, and he would have never put her in that situation. Well, he did. He absolutely did. The entire incident's on body cam. There were 3 involved in the shooting. I know 100% for a fact every single one of them was wearing a body camera, and really good ones. Probably 1080p. So there's not going to be any questions about what happened. And speaking of the body cameras, people say, where's the body camera footage? It's in evidence, which is exactly where it needs to be and will be until the case or investigation is fully concluded. You cannot release body camera footage on a serious case like that before it's fully concluded. If you do, you're going to screw up the court case. So you can't do that. And you, as a citizen, do not, let me say this, I can't be more clear. You do not have the right to view body camera footage until a case is fully concluded. Now, after that, you do. I agree with that, unless a juvenile is involved. Again, that's another, I don't understand how there's the amount of people that don't comprehend that. You're showing your ignorance when you say these things. First off, stop commenting about things you know nothing about. I don't go around on Facebook or TikTok or, anything and comment on subjects that I know nothing about. And I've never understood people that do. And I've seen everything from, again, the ones I've already mentioned to this was one that just actually let me pull some of these up. That way we see word for word what some of them was. Hold on, maybe I did make one. Well, I thought I had. I guess they're on my phone. I know I screenshotted some comments, but let's see. Here's something. Let me see what this is. Okay, this is. Yeah, we'll go over this. Make this bigger. So this is a post by Carol Robinson, and she is one of the main writers for AL.com. Monica. I'm convinced Monica only watches my lives so she can hear me read things. But it says an Alabama woman fatally shot when her brother stood behind her and pointed a pellet at law enforcement officers. And it says was a beautiful soul and with a full life ahead of her, according to her family. Christy Lynn Atkins, 43, was shot multiple times. Thursday by the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office deputies who were searching for her brother, 36-year-old Ricky Dale Atkins, who was critically wounded in the shooting. She was working hard to get her life together and was loved deeply by her family and friends, stepfather Philip Atchison said in a GoFundMe. Now, I have a lot of issues with this. Number one, I don't doubt she was a beautiful soul. I'm sure she was. Again, she did not deserve what happened to her. But her stepfather now saying she was loved deeply. And then, let me see, it says something else. On the morning of her passing, Christy was fatally by a stray bullet when Tuscaloosa County deputies fired recklessly into a tent while attempting to serve a misdemeanor warrant on her brother. That's her stepdad's story. None of that's true. Again, by a stray bullet, no, that's not what happened. A stray bullet is not, that term has not been used by law enforcement at all in this situation because that's not what happened. And then that he said they fired recklessly into a tent. No, they hit their target. And I don't mean that to sound whatever, but that's just a fact. And it says while attempting to serve a misdemeanor warrant. No, it was a felony warrant for certain persons forbidden to possess a firearm. Shockingly. Her sudden and tragic loss has left her family heartbroken and struggling to cope with the unimaginable grief. I don't doubt that her family loves her. But you didn't love her enough to let her live with you. She was homeless, living in a tent. Now all of her family and friends are coming out of the woodwork talking about how they loved her so much. And now, more than likely what happened, and this is just my speculation on this part, she's burned a lot of bridges. Now, again, please don't misunderstand me. Nothing I'm saying is saying that she deserved what happened to her. But obviously, either her family and friends are complete POSs, or she's lived a really bad life lately. One of those two things are true. Now, again, doesn't mean she deserved what happened to her. But her family trying to profit off of this now by setting up a GoFundMe? If the GoFundMe is strictly for funeral expenses, okay, I don't have a problem with that. But as far as I know, that's not all it's for. They're just trying to raise money now. They're trying to profit off of this incident that happened to their family member who they didn't care enough about to even let them live with them. Or, again, it was either that or they couldn't trust them to live with them. So, at this point, neither one of them was outstanding citizens. They had a lot of issues. Again, doesn't mean she deserved what happened to her. But she had a lot of issues, obviously. And her brother did too. And now her family and friends are trying to blame all of this on law enforcement. Drives me insane. Number one, law enforcement did exactly what they were supposed to do and what they had to do. Number two, if she hadn't been forced to live in a tent with her brother, she wouldn't have been in that situation. Her brother obviously has some serious issues and is a POS and doesn't care about anyone but himself. As far as I know about her, she was nothing like that. Again, she may have very well been a beautiful soul. Just because you're an addict doesn't mean you're a horrible person. You've heard me say that a bunch of times. Most addicts are they're legit great people. They just continue to make, they made some bad decisions and continue to, and that causes them to do a lot of bad things to a lot of people. And those things will cause family, if a family wants to stay sane, they will kick them to the curb. So, but you can't stick your family member out living in a tent and then come out of the woodworks and not like this is the worst thing that's ever in your life happened to you when you did nothing to try to help that situation. Again, say that you loved her. I'm sure you did. Say she was a beautiful soul. I'm sure she was. But considering the situation that she was already in, that life, her family's life was already uprooted and dragged down the road 10 times and back. And a lot of us have been there. I've been there. I've had a very close family member that was an addict for quite a while and had to cut them off. And it sucks. I still loved them. It sucked to have to do it, but it's what I had to do. And yes, I would have been upset if something would have happened to her, but I wouldn't have been putting the blame on law enforcement. Luckily, my family member is not living that life anymore and have changed. Unfortunately, some families never get that. But give me a break. This stepdad, literally making up stuff. He knows it was a felony warrant. It's been said 1,000 times. He specifically writes in this GoFundMe that is a misdemeanor warrant, saying that deputies recklessly fired into a tent she was taken by a stray bullet. No, she wasn't. Her life was taken because of the actions her brother did. And considering what the warrant was for, I'll guarantee you one thing that never went through any of those deputies that was there through their mind when he pulled that weapon on them. Not one of them thought, I wonder if this is a BB one. No. Because it looked exactly like a real one. And the felony warrant they were there to serve on him was literally for possessing one, a real one. And then also, and I don't know yet, I'm sure it'll come out soon. I don't know what his previous crime was that made him a certain person's forbidden to possess a firearm. And then so whatever that crime was pretty serious. Then, after he committed that crime and was told you can't possess a firearm, then he went out and possessed one and got caught again with the firearm. And that's what he had the warrant for. And then they show up 5 a.m. in the morning and he pulls a weapon on them and points it at them. This is a no-brainer. Again, it's a horrible situation. And I hate that she lost her life. But we need to put the blame where the blame goes. And that's on her brother, Ricky Akins. 100%. These deputies have families that need them. I have sit right beside and walked through months with officers that were involved in these type of incidents. It is very hard on them. Most of them struggle really hard with it, especially in a situation like this. They're struggling enough without this bullshit going around on the internet. They were out doing the job they were paid to be doing, supporting their family, providing for their family, and protecting the citizens they're paid to protect. But yet somehow this is their fault. There's a lot of ignorance in this world, unfortunately. And then the people saying, "What? I mean, you can't trust the police. Who knows what? There's no way that's what really happened. It's on body camera. How could they lie about that? The body camera's eventually going to come out. The body camera's going to be in front of the courts. It's going to be in front of the defense attorneys. They can't lie about what was on the body camera. It's there. Again, probably in high definition. They're really not top of the line body cameras they have. That agency has the best equipment money could ever buy and all the equipment that you would ever need. They're very well equipped. Their supervisors can sit in their car and watch their deputies' body cameras in real time where they are. Anyway, it's just, and now seeing the family try to profit off of this, you're any of the families trying to profit off of this, you're a POS. All right, I'll get off that soapbox. That's Christy's fault. She brought it up. What's up, Isha? My brother is a detective in Atlanta, Georgia. He has worked the most horrific cases before he was a cop. Terrible trauma because of situations like this. He cannot even park his car at home. During COVID, people would try and vandalize his home. Yeah, it's not an easy life. There's a reason at 17 years, I gave it up. Because at that time, mentally, I was done. I couldn't handle it anymore. It was too much. And I knew if I wanted to have a normal life with a family, that was a decision I was going to have to make at that time. I knew I at least needed a break. And I feel 10,000 times different now. Way better. Because of that break. I could probably go back tomorrow and be completely fine. But I knew when I needed a break. And a lot of it is because of how certain people in the community treat you and the things they say about you. Because you can sit there and act like you're big and bad all day and pretend the stuff doesn't bother you, but it does. Especially in a situation like this. I have literally saved at least one, I'd like to think more, but at least one police officer's life by counseling him after an incident like this. I was part of the peer support group, trained law enforcement counselors, and what we did was, and they still do it, it's an awesome program in the state of Alabama. A lot of other states have the same thing. But when an officer is involved in a traumatic incident like this, then we immediately are dispatched to the scene, and we take that officer right then and pull them to the side, and we are their shoulder. And we explain the things that's going to happen to them, the way their body's probably going to react. All these things that these high traumatic events can do to you. And then we explain it to their spouse. And one guy worked at a very small agency, and we weren't notified the day of the incident. But he was involved in an OIS where he had to take somebody's life, completely justified. But I was called like 2 or 3 days later. And so I go out and I sit down with this guy. Never met him before in my life. He didn't know me. We walk into a room. We sit down. And I talked for about 2 minutes, giving him the little spiel of, hey, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing here, whatever. And he immediately broke down and was bawling his eyes out. And after about an hour talking to him, he told me he had a full plan to take his life that evening. A full plan. He had it planned out. He couldn't take it anymore because no one had pulled him aside. I mean, he was having to see all the bullshit on the internet. That's one thing he brought up to me. And he didn't know what was happening to him physically at home, and his wife didn't know what was happening. It was horrible because he didn't know this stuff was normal for someone due to the traumatic event and that it wasn't permanent. And again, this is an amazing program that Alabama has with the peer support group. And they can tell the peer support counselors, they can tell us anything. And it's same as it's protected under law, same as attorney-client privileged information. So anything they tell us, we're not allowed to repeat. Nothing. And so that gives them, they know they can just be fully open and honest and get all this stuff off their chest and tell us exactly how they feel. And we're not going to go to their chief and say, hey, whatever. But it's an awesome program. But I will never forget that day. And I kept up with that guy for a long time. I'll text him every once in a while. But, you have no idea what these guys and girls go through when they're involved in these incidents. The last thing they need is ignorant people in the community acting like they're experts and telling them what they should have done and what they should not have done and all this mess. That's why this stuff pisses me off so bad, because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen what it does to them. And that's one of the first things we tell them, literally. Don't watch the news at all. Do not get on social media at all. Well, unfortunately, police officers are not great at listening. So you can tell them that all day. Some of them will stick by that, but a lot of them won't. But that's why we tell them those things. But again, before you go making an ignorant comment on social media, think about it first. Do some research. All the information in the world is at our fingertips. All it takes is typing in a few things in a search bar to do some research on things before you just spew out things that you know nothing about. That does not mean, one of my new pet peeves is going on ChatGPT and typing in something and then posting it like it's the full truth facts. Just because ChatGPT tells you something does not mean it's true. If you believe that, you literally are saying that you believe everything on the internet is true. We all know that's not the case. That's been a big joke forever. Oh, it's on the internet, it must be true. Obviously, no, it's not. Over half the stuff on the internet is not true. So just because ChatGPT spits it out, that does not mean it's true or factual. And again, when you post something straight from ChatGPT to try to win an argument or whatever, you're showing how ignorant you are. ChatGPT has literally got some attorneys in serious trouble because they will be asking a question or something about a law, and ChatGPT, if they can't find something good enough to fit the narrative that they're going to give you, they will literally make stuff up. That's been proven. And ChatGPT, and I'm not just picking on them, I need to just say AI in general, but it's been known to literally make up complete laws, and attorneys put it in their findings to give to the judge, and then the judge reads them like, where did you get this law? This is not a law at all. Like, where did this come from? So, again, just because I know we just completely switched courses there, but stop doing that. We had Alabama lawyers using made-up ChatGPT case law. Yeah, no, it's happened numerous times in a lot of different states, but I know for a fact it has definitely happened in Alabama a few times. AI and ChatGPT and those programs can be great tools. Don't get me wrong; they can be great tools, but you use them as tools. There's a big difference in using something as a tool and using something as a full factual source. You can't treat those as full factual sources because they're not. You have to be very careful with that stuff. One of my bigger haters that's constantly posting the most ridiculous made up stuff about me, that I've noticed that I don't look at her stuff, but before, people would send me screenshots and be like, well, look at what this person's saying about you or whatever. And that's what anytime somebody was arguing with her, she would post a ChatGPT, and like it was literally, she'd just screenshot the whole ChatGPT thing. So there was no doubt that's where it came from, as it was like factual. And on a lot of different things, not just the stuff she's talking about me on, but whatever. But she has no idea how ignorant she made herself look. I mean, we're not bringing her up. That's not who I'm talking about, though. I'm not talking about Brittany Stapleton, if that's who you were thinking about. I haven't seen her do that. Wouldn't surprise me, but that's not who I was talking about. But no, I'm not going to say the person's name. I'm not giving them the credit. That's a very good way of saying that, Tammy. I like that. Tammy said, I don't want AI doing my thinking for me. That's a very good point. That's a good way of thinking about that. It can be a good tool, but don't let it think for you because it's not human. That's a whole other level. I love to argue with AI when I know it's wrong. Oh, that's a whole other level of I just love to argue. Oh wow. I can't make fun of it though because I can see myself doing that at some point, just sitting there having a day long argument with AI. But yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. But again, for any business, AI can be an amazing tool. I mean, it's a game changer in a lot of ways, but you have to be careful with it. And just like that's the best I've heard it put. Like Tammy said, don't let it do your thinking for you. I've noticed simple things. I mean, almost every time I've ever used AI for anything, I've noticed it'll misspell words left and right, which doesn't make sense to me because it should be like the most intelligent thing ever, but it'll misspell a word very badly. Or ChatGPT would specifically, because when I first started using AI stuff, I was using it, but I don't use it at all anymore. It's not that great. I'm a big fan of Grok. I like it a lot better, and I don't think I've noticed it actually misspelling words yet. It, but yeah, you got to be careful. That's like arguing with Siri if you have an iPhone. Now, I do argue with Alexa. I shouldn't have said that too loud. It's going to start talking to me. But we have an Alexa in pretty much every room in our house, so we can talk back and forth to each other and stuff like that. And yes, I know it listens to me. I don't have anything that secretive. Um, but it I have argued with it. Oh, and I did get. I remember. I think I sent it to the team. Didn't I send that in the chat to y'all the other day? I was using. I can't remember what platform it was, but I was using one of the AIs for something, and the answer it gave me was stupid. Like I could tell it's dumb. And so I was like, I literally typed back in, or I talked to it, and I literally said, "Fine, I'm going back to Grok." And it didn't like that too much. It didn't like that at all. Like it shit talked me. It really did. It was pretty funny. But yeah, if you have a business, you need to get you need to get on board with AI again as a tool because it can be very helpful. I saw I saw your ghost story. It seems like there was a something else I was going to talk about tonight. Oh, I will give y'all a little preview of what the website's looking like. Let me pull that up. That was one thing I was going to do. And let me figure out how to get it just on the first page so I can pull it up. I don't know why when I'm not on live, I can do this stuff and pull it up in just a second. And every time I'm on live, I have issues with something. Let me see. Here we go. Here we go. So this is what the first page is looking like so far. We actually have two, and I haven't decided which one I like better. So we got this. Give you a quick glance here. So have that can be the landing page, the first page, or let me get the other one pulled up. Or this one. Actually, I think this one's the one I'm kind of leaning more towards. So there you go. There's a quick peek. Which one do y'all like better, the first one or the second one? I call them the white and the black one because the first one has the white background and the second one has the darker one, the black one. I don't even think I've showed my team that second one yet. Y'all got to see it the first time. The first time they got to see it. Yep, I think everybody likes the black one. So, again, I don't want to give an exact timeline of when it's going to go live because we still got to do some of the back end stuff for the links and things like that, but we're almost there. But very excited about it. And it's again, it's going to make things much easier for us and for y'all. Copper Girl likes the second one too. Because like I've said, you'll be able to go there for everything as far as if you have any information to send us, any of that stuff. We're going to have our paid membership area on there where all the paid members will have a whole, I guess you call it, side to it, where I'll have a lot of extra videos, some personal videos and podcast, and some a lot of the like protection, all those kind of things. And we're also going to have starting out, we're just going to have the first course that we're going to have is what we're calling predator proof. And it's going to be the course for parents, teachers, law enforcement, anybody that wants to learn and understand how to protect children from child predators, whether it be in real life and online. And I'm really getting excited to go about that. I put a lot of time into that. It's taken up a bunch of hours, but it's coming along. And that's what's taking so long, because I don't want we're not going to go live on the website until that's up and running, because I want that to be on there as soon as we put it up. And we still got at least a week or two, if not a little longer, on that, but it's coming along. And it is, again, it's very in-depth. This is not a simple thing that you're going to look at and forget and not learn a lot from it. This is extremely in-depth. You're going to, any information that's out there that will teach you anything about this is going to be on that course. It's, I think it's going to be very, very good. And hopefully, obviously, number one goal is hopefully it protects children and keeps a lot of children from being victims from these evil excuses for humans. But so that is the first course we're going to have on there. And then once I get that one done, I'm going to immediately start working on a couple other courses, and long-term goal is there'll be a lot of different training courses on there. But we're gonna have that one, and I think the next one that I'm gonna be working on is a interview, interrogation, body language thing for professionals. Not so it'll be a little different than what I teach to law enforcement, but all the basis of everything will still be there, and it'll be for business people, and I mean, it really for anybody. It's because there's going to be a lot of communication in there as far as body language, on not just showing you and teaching you what to look for in body language, but also teaching you and showing you how to use your body language to your advantage. And so I think it's going to be really good too, but that will definitely be on down the road a little bit, because these things take a lot of time. But I'm very excited about this stuff, and so blessed to be able to do this. This is becoming like my dream. I'm already to the point where I can't believe I'm getting to do this for a living. I can't. It's unbelievable, and that's thanks to you all. And I can't thank you all and tell you how much I appreciate you enough. Yeah, Jimmy, if you will send me a message, we can do that. Absolutely. And I know there's quite a few people that I've spoken with and promised you we're going to have phone conversations about certain things. I am slowly getting that list, checking people off that list as far as actually calling them. So I've not forgotten about you. It's just this stuff I'm only one person. So, and that's why I can't just call anybody who wants me to call them. So again, if you message me and say, hey, call me and give me your phone number, I'm not going to call you. I don't have that time. I don't. So send me a message and tell me, give me a quick synopsis of what you're wanting to talk about. That way I know, okay, I need to call them. This is something I need to hear and discuss, or I don't have time to do that right now. Now, that will be another positive to when we get the website up, and especially on the paid member side, because there will be one tier of membership to where you get a phone call with me. I can't remember what we came up with. It's once a month, at least once a month. I can't remember the time or anything. I don't want to misspeak, but that will be one of the perks to at least one of the tiers. Now, let me be clear. That does not mean the only way anybody's ever going to get to talk on the phone with me is if they are paid member. That just means if you're part of that membership tier, then you will definitely get to if you want to. But it doesn't mean that that's the only way anybody's going to be able to. So I don't want you to misunderstand that. But yeah, we got a lot of good things in the works. But again, I'm very excited about everything. We've got one really cool guest that I'm really looking forward to that's coming on the podcast. I don't have it scheduled yet, but she's agreed to come on. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be very informative, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about it. And then actually there's two. Be another one that is going to be on very soon, and it is going to be fire. It's going to shut some people up that's been acting like a lot of us don't know what we're talking about. We have gone straight to the source on one story, and there will be no denying the things that happened. And it's going to be a fire. And I'm so excited about it. Very fired up about it. What are you talking about, Sienna? This reminds me of the one oh, you're saying, okay, you're saying 1-900. I think I know what you're talking. I think I know what you're trying to say. 1-900, $2.99 the first minute, $9.99 each additional. Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're saying. That was the things I dreamed of getting to do when I was 14 and 15. And I remember me and my cousin, we were so ignorant. I remember we used to think we could get on those things, and you have to give them a credit card number. And I remember we used to think that we could just make up a number, and it would probably be somebody's credit card number, and we would try that. It never worked, obviously. But I remember us trying that. It was like, I don't know, 13, 14 years old. I have no idea why that just made me think of that, but it did. It's going to have to spell out 1-900 Buttahoochee. Buttahoochee. I got to go. The next time I'm in Hamilton, I got to get a selfie made with the Buttahoochee River sign. Will the course be appropriate for faith-based communities and absolutely? Yes. I mean, it's going to teach you what to look for. It's going to teach you all the tricks that child predators use. Again, and the ones that are maybe a close family member or friend, as well as the online predators that try to get them from that way. But yeah, it'll be appropriate, and again, there's going to be when we first started out creating it, I just had in my head that it was just going to be one full course for, again, parents, teachers, law enforcement. But as I started getting into it, we've decided to break it up into 3 different kind of, they're the same course, but there's a little difference in them as far as once I got thinking about it, there's no sense in a parent or a teacher or pastor, whoever, to need to learn about some of the things that's only pertinent to law enforcement. So I was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. And then vice versa. There's going to be some things that there's no need in telling law enforcement, but there is parents and teachers or whatever. So I think it's at least going to be 2 different kind of courses based on what your profession is, but it may be 3, but we're still working on that. But again, it's going to be very informational. I'm glad you said that, though, Carla. Because now I'm thinking about it on something I was working on a couple of days ago on it. One of the chapters. I think now, with you saying that, I need to create a whole chapter just on the issues that we're seeing in religious or pretend to be religious places, at least. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. And also, once it goes live and once we put it out, there will be, of course, everyone that takes the courses, there will be a way for them to give us feedback. And so we'll probably change some things up here and there if a bunch of people are complaining about some, one thing, or if a bunch of people are saying, "Hey, I wish you did this," then we will update it. We'll constantly be updating it in that way, if that makes sense. Derek, I asked this the other night. What about teenagers that are predators to younger children? I wasn't sure how to ask about it because it happens so much. I mean, yeah, that'll, off the top of my head, and I'll think more deeply into it, but off the top of my head, I don't think there would be anything different in the way they would do things or try to do things versus the close family friend or family member. I think that'll just fall into that. But yeah, it'll. Because unfortunately that happens. A lot of the, I'm trying to think how to word this. A lot of the times when that is happening is because that older sibling, that happened to them. That happens a lot. I don't want to say it's rare because that may not be the correct word to use, but I think it's very uncommon. I'll say it like this. It's definitely uncommon for that to happen when a sibling just took it upon themselves to start doing that. That's very uncommon. Most of the time, unfortunately it happened to the older sibling first by family member, friend, or whoever, and that's where they learned it, and then it trickled down, unfortunately. But you're right. That happens a lot. Parents have to learn to trust their instincts in predator situations. If you feel something is off, don't be afraid to confront these feelings and the person or persons that are causing your radar to blip. Absolutely. Very well said. Especially if you're a mom. And those of you that are moms, I know I'm not telling you anything you don't know. There is a legit, moms have a whole different radar. And it's very, very good most of the time. I mean, it goes way deeper than what we realize. I've always, for a long time, and especially, since I've studied behavior things, and there's something there that nobody can explain. That when there's too many incidents of when something happened to a child, no matter how old they were, when the mom was 1,000 miles away, and they felt something at the same time. And that's just something we cannot explain. But it's happened too many times. It's not a coincidence. That's something that happens. And that's, again, it's something we can't explain. But yeah, very, very well said. Trust that. Again, trust it enough to, you need to look into it. Don't just blow it off of, that's probably nothing. When it comes to your child, look into it. And it may not be nothing, but it's worth looking into. We knew what you meant, but creditors can fix this situation too. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that the motherly instinct. It's and I'm fascinated with that kind of stuff. I'm going to botch this story up, but I'm going to get this pulled up. I want to do a podcast on this actually. But there was some research being done on, I'm probably wrong on what kind of cells it was, but some kind of blood cells in our body. And and this part I'm just kind of making up because, again, I don't remember exactly which cells it was. But anyway, they took some white blood cells from an individual, and they put them on a petri dish, and they took that petri dish of the white blood cells 10 miles down the road in a lab, and then that person that those came from, they would put them up on stage in front of a bunch of people, like for public speaking or something. And as soon as right before they would get on stage, and as soon as they'd get on stage and all that those nerves hit them and they would get really nervous, the white blood cells in the petri dish, they would look at them through the microscope and they would start going crazy. Like they would start jumping around, like they're going crazy at the exact same time. That stuff fascinates me. And they were able to recreate that numerous times, so that there's something to that. And again, at this point, they can't explain how it does that, but that it does that. But that stuff's so fascinating to me. And I learned about that when I was studying and researching what was it? Now my mind just went blank. Remote viewers. I knew I'd think of it a second. When I was researching the remote viewers stuff, which is probably the most fascinating stuff I've ever researched in my life, is the remote viewing stuff. But that was part of a remote viewing, something I was researching or reading or something during that. I learned about that research, and it's fascinating. So there's something there. And if you're not familiar with remote viewing, and if you've never heard of this is going to sound like I've got a tinfoil hat on here. This is legit. This is not a conspiracy theory. This has been proven. There's been a bunch of money paid to people for this. The CIA has had what they call remote viewers employed for a lot of years. And a remote viewer is someone who they can be sitting in a room in their house and they can go to a place, not physically, but they can go to a place 10 miles down the road in a closed building and see the things that are actually going on, the exact things that are going on in that building at that moment. So there's this deep meditation they are able to go into, and they can what they call remote view. And it's fascinating. And again, it's very legit because the CIA literally has them employed. I'm sure right now too. But they've had remote viewers employed with them since World War II. I mean, it's fascinating. And one of the most famous remote viewing incidents was they had this. He's like the number one remote viewer. He teaches the stuff now, but he did a lot of work for the CIA. And the U.S. knew that the Russians they had built some huge building out in the middle of nowhere. And so they knew there was something to it, but they had no idea what was going on, what they were building inside this building or what they were working on. Well, this remote viewer was able to look in this building, and he described every single thing that was going on in there. And what it was, the Russians were building this massive submarine. And every single thing, and it wasn't like, oh, they're building a submarine. Like, extremely specific things. These, minute details. And he was able to tell them about all of it. And then, sure enough, they got it built. And when they got it out of the building and they put eyes actually on it, it was exactly what he had described. That's crazy. He was in an entire other country when he was across the ocean. I love that stuff. It's so fascinating. And I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but that, again, he's like known as the expert on remote viewing, and he's been the best at it. He says that he believes anybody can do it if they learn how to. Again, he says it describes it as some kind of like extremely deep meditation. And he says he believes every human is capable of it. It's just most don't know how to do it. And he teaches a class, and I'm going to this class at some point, but he teaches a class on it. And I've heard some people that have attended this course that he teaches, and the first thing that they do when they walk into the class is he has a manila envelope sitting at the front of the class for each member, for each student. And like it's got their name or number on it or whatever. And it's sitting up at the front. So as soon as the students enter and they're handed a blank sheet of paper, and he tells them, I want you to close your eyes, and the very first thing that you see, draw it out, write it out. And they'll do it. And it's around 70% of the time, listen to this, around 70% of the time, the students are able to draw what is in that manila envelope of a picture that they've never seen. And they're all different. So like one's like your manila envelope may have just a picture of a tree in a forest. And then Joe's may have a house and a car or something like that. And so they will sit down, close their eyes, and the first thing that comes to their mind, the first thing they see They will draw it out, and again, it may be a tree, maybe a car, maybe a house, maybe a warehouse. I mean, whatever, a bunch of different things. And they'll draw a tree. And then sure enough, they open their manila envelope that's for them, and there's a picture of a tree in there. It's fascinating. The other thing that's the same kind of on the same subject, but there's a lot of people that now I've not used it. I want to go through the medical program when it finally gets approved in the U.S., which we're almost there, if not there now, because of the new administration and RFK Jr. But I think they finally approved it to where doctors can start doing it in the United States. But it's this therapy that they do for severe PTSD and depression and things like that. Tons of military guys and law enforcement have gone through it in Mexico and a couple other countries, but mainly there's one good place in Mexico, and where they take these two different substances, and it literally cures them of their PTSD, depression, like completely. It's a 2-day thing. They go in, they take, I think it's DMT and ayahuasca, or whatever, however you say it. I think it's those two. But anyway, it's the result. The findings on that have been astronomical, and literally every military member that I know, or law enforcement that I know that's gone through the one in Mexico, it cured them. Like they come back, it'll cure them of any addictions. Like it's even some of them they don't even use caffeine anymore. I mean, it changes their brains. But anyway, there's another fascinating side to DMT specifically, which we make in our brains. We all have DMT in our brains. And there's certain things that almost all people that use DMT, when they're under the influence of it, they see the exact same people. And it's like little people, little characters, like just little short humans. They see the exact same ones. Completely different people from completely different places. One that took it 5 years ago, and then next guy takes it tomorrow, and they see the exact same creatures. That's fascinating. But I love this stuff. I get caught up in it. I've researched it so much, and it's so interesting because there's things to this. I mean, there is. Now, very, very, this one will get you in trouble with Christians. And I'm not saying I agree with this. I'm saying it's very plausible. There's a whole study of people that believe a lot of the people that are talked about in the Bible, such as Moses, that they were actually under the influence of DMT. And that's the way they saw God and were able to speak to him. Now, again, I'm not saying that is true, that is definitely what happened. I'm just saying that is a theory. And it is definitely interesting to think about that. And I don't think it's I think most Christians, when they hear that, they're like, oh, no, I think they're looking at it wrong, honestly. I don't think it's like anti-Christian to believe that. Maybe that is the way, or maybe that is one of the ways that you could actually physically see God and talk to him. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying that is what happens. I'm just saying that's a theory that's out there. You got to be careful talking about it, especially on a platform like this, because people will start losing their minds and say you're the devil and the demon. I'm not. I promise you. Again, I'm not saying that is true. I'm just saying it is interesting to look into. I have brain fog. Wow, I can't speak now. I have brain fog from cancer. I need something for it. If my mind worked like it's supposed to, it could be dangerous. Yeah, if your mind's not working like it's supposed to right now, it would be dangerous if it was working on all cylinders then, because you're very intelligent, honestly. But no, now in all seriousness, that and I don't want to say it like it's a cure all drug, but it has cured a lot of people from a lot of different things. And so, yeah, if I was you, once it gets really going in the United States, I would definitely look into it and research it for sure. I saw a thing about the. Hold on, let me pull this up. It's on the same subject here. I can't find. I took a screenshot of it, but there's a new study out on the ketamine therapy, and its findings are looking really good on uh, curing depression, PTSD. Now, I don't think I've ever said this publicly because I don't want people to think. I know some of you don't understand certain things, and so, but ketamine therapy is become pretty popular in the United States, and it's you go to a doctor, and they put you in this room. You're fully medically supervised, like you're on an EKG, everything, and they put an IV in you, and they give you ketamine over like an hour and a half, and the theory behind it was it helps rewire your brain from, again, if you suffer from serious PTSD, depression, things like that. And I have a ton of really bad PTSD. So anyway, I started the ketamine therapy like 2 years ago. And I did, I think, 4 sessions, life-changing. Life-changing. I can't even explain it. Now, that's just me. Everybody's different. So again, I don't want to say that like it would do that same thing for everybody, but it has done it for a lot of people. But it's something that if you're dealing with those things, you should look into. It was life-changing for me. Like, I'm telling you, I can't even. It was unbelievable. Scary at first because I've never used drugs or anything like that, especially mind-altering things, psychedelics or whatever. But I'll tell you, the first 2 sessions, the first one was horrible. It was about 5 minutes into it, you close your eyes and you're in a different world, legit. But the first one, and I was warned that this could happen, brought back things in my mind that I'd literally forgotten from my childhood that was horrible. And so it was not fun at all. It was not fun at all. The second one was almost as bad as the first time, but not as bad. Then the next 2 or 3, however many I did, wasn't bad at all. And again, but at the end of it, it was life-changing. But again, that's only something you do in a actual doctor's office, being fully medically supervised. Because again, they set you in this room. You've got an EKG monitor on you the whole time, everything. So you got a heart monitor, they're monitoring your oxygen, your heart rate, everything. And so it's extremely safe. So I wanted to be sure that you understood that, because I don't want you to think that you should go and get ketamine off the street and use it. Not safe. I know someone that had I know someone that had this done, and they said all they seen was demons, and they thought they had gone to hell. Yeah, I can see that. I don't know that ketamine is technically labeled a psychedelic. I don't know. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. But it is. From the way I've ever heard people that have used psychedelics describe, it's very similar as far as the effects it had on me and other people that I've talked to that has had it done. But it was life changing for me. Now it does kind of, for a lot of people, it'll start wearing off. So it's something that you're supposed to do. Like, you just listen to your body. I know some people that I think they suggest doing 6 sessions over 6 weeks. And so you go once a week for 6 weeks. And a lot of people that I've spoken with that's gone through the whole 6 sessions, it cured them, or as far as they had 0 depression, 0 anxiety, 0 PTSD for a year to 2 years. And then it started coming back a little bit. So then they would go back and do it again. Because I'm gonna go back very, very soon. I've heard Christy tell this story before. Christy said, I danced with Jesus for 8 hours one night on the levee in New Orleans. She was on a psychedelic. No lie, it was the most spiritual experience I've ever had. I walked on air for weeks. No depression or anxiety. Yeah. And again, that's why I compared the ketamine to that, because I've heard a lot of people that have done. Now, again, please understand, I do not suggest you do any kind of psychedelics or anything outside of medical care. So I'm talking about, I don't suggest how Christy did it. I'm glad it worked out well for her. But I wouldn't do that stuff unless you're, again, like I do the ketamine therapy. And that's the same way that all the vets that have gone through the program in Mexico, it's in a full medical setting. You've got a whole medical team there with you the whole time, monitoring everything. So again, it's very safe. But in at least in Alabama, I can speak for that. That's where I do the ketamine therapy. And I think pretty much every state, there's doctors that will do the ketamine therapy. But if you're dealing with those things, I would look into it. Again, I can't say that you'll have the exact same results, but it was life-changing for me. But I think some of those things are the reason that there is that theory that some of these people from the Bible, that they were under the influence of some of these things, and that's how they were able to experience the things they were. Because, like Christy just said, and I've heard her tell this story, like she's told it to us over a video chat. And you can tell, I mean, she's legit. Like it changed her life. And so, and I've heard other people say very similar things and give similar stories. The ayahuasca is one of the ones that they all take. That is part of the place in Mexico. I think it's ayahuasca. Y'all don't quote me on this. I get some of them mixed up because there's some that are legal in the United States that some places offer, but there's one of the main ones that they use at the place that I know a bunch of people that's gone to in Mexico was, again, I don't want to misspeak here because I don't want to say it wrong, but I know ayahuasca is one of them. But I think it's possible. I think you can already do that as far as ayahuasca in the United States. But I could be wrong. But anyway, all of it, that full program, all the ones that they use, it is now being pushed through by this administration because they know how important it is. And they've had tons of veterans go and speak in front of Congress and tell them, this saved my life. This changed my life. Like like, why are doctors in the United States not able to do this? This is crazy. Well, I'll tell you why they're not. Why they weren't before. Because of Big Pharma. This is not a conspiracy theory. Big Pharma does not want you being healed of anything. That's a fact. I mean, that's been proven time and time again. And unfortunately, as I've said 1,000 times, Big Pharma is in the pockets of a lot of our politicians. But they don't want you cured of depression and anxiety, and because that's a ton of money out of their pockets. They don't want a cure for this stuff. And I hate to have to say that, but I used to just not believe. I was like, no way. It is true though. Unfortunately, the older I got and the more I actually researched this stuff and the more people I've spoken with in these higher places, that's a fact. Big Pharma does not want cures for things. And we need, as Americans, need to open our eyes and understand that. Big Pharma should not be allowed to lobby. Big Pharma is the cause behind most of the laws that are passed. I mean, look at the states today that where the green stuff is still illegal, like Alabama. It's medically legal now, but it's still legal recreationally. We know, again, the research is there. This is all came out. This is not a conspiracy theory. This happened. We were brainwashed and lied to for years about what this substance does to you. They used to say it. What was the big thing? This is your brain on drugs, and they would smash the egg, and they say it killed your brain cells. It's literally been proven now that it actually helps your brain cells. And here's the crazy part. There was never even a research study done on that. A couple of doctors got together and decided, yeah, it probably kills your brain cells. Literally, that's what happened. Now that they've done actual studies on it, they have found that is actually beneficial to some people. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think everybody should run out tomorrow and start using the green stuff, especially younger people, teenagers and stuff. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'll say this, it's safer than alcohol. So if you're one of those people who you just have to have one or the other, you need to get away from alcohol. It will kill you, and it is killing you. It's horrible on your liver. Horrible. The green stuff doesn't harm your liver whatsoever. Now, I've never used it still. I'm going to one day. But I don't advocate for smoking it because obviously it's not good to smoke anything. That is bad for your lungs. But the edibles, again, if you just have to drink alcohol, stop drinking alcohol and get the edibles. Now, again, I don't think it's something you should use every day, no matter who you are. Nothing like that. But in moderation, it's way healthier than alcohol. 10 times healthier than alcohol. So you can't explain the reason alcohol is legal and the green stuff is not. There's no explanation for that because alcohol, no doubt, horrible for you in every way. Every way. Alcohol has killed more people than any other drug. That's a fact. The reason it's still illegal in the places it is because of Big Pharma. We just saw it in Alabama. I bet everything I own, that I can't remember his name off the top of my head. We've talked about him, but the representative or senator in the state senator or representative in Alabama that backed that bill, that introduced it and really got it going. I bet everything I've ever owned, Big Pharma's got them in their pocket. No way around that. But something that's that safe, you don't have to have a prescription to drink alcohol. Why in the world would you have to have a prescription for the green stuff when it's way healthier? This stuff doesn't make sense. I don't doubt that, Lowingo. I don't doubt that at all. But yeah, alcohol is literally poison. Literally. And we're okay with that. Mother, cancer, her doctor asked her, has she ever tried the green stuff? She recommended it, but my mom said no. I think she should have at least tried the oil because she was in so much pain. Yeah. And also, it's no secret, and it is, nobody can deny the green stuff is way healthier than pharmaceutical pain medicine. Again, pharmaceutical pain medicine is not good for you, and I mean, it's horrible for you. I mean, that's a common sense thing now. We know that. But your doctor, you go to your doctor tomorrow in pain, they're going to want to prescribe you hydrocodone. And they're never going to bring up the green stuff. And again, I can't speak from experience, but I've talked to thousands of people now that use the green stuff, and they say it is just as good as far as for pain. Like it just as good as hydrocodone or whatever for pain, for actual pain. So why is that? Why are your doctors doing that? Because Big Pharma runs the country. Hydrocodone is horrible for you. It's bad on your liver. It's horrible on your stomach. I mean, acetaminophen is horrible on your stomach anyway. So any aspirin or Tylenol, any Tylenol, acetaminophen is horrible on your stomach. It would literally eat your stomach from the inside out. You have to be careful with that. You could eat those gummies all day. It's not gonna eat your stomach. Oh, Miss Holly, I saw the summer ski and I thought it was somebody new. Well, I've said acetaminophen my whole career. So I just have a lot of experience at saying that word, Lowingo. Will it still affect carry permits even though they're not required now? I don't think so, because at this point, I think we would be running into a constitutional issue if they tried to stop you from being able to carry because you use the green stuff. Again, tons of people drink and carry. Now, you shouldn't drink while you're actually carrying, but tons of people drink and then they carry. And if that's not, if we can't do anything about that, then we damn sure shouldn't be able to do anything. If you're under the influence of that, then yeah, I don't think you should carry. Don't get me wrong. So I'm talking about when you're not under the influence of it, you should be able to carry. Just because you use it on the weekends or at night when you go to bed or whatever, which I've now, through my research and listening to people, the green stuff, a lot of people take it to sleep, to help them sleep apparently. And that is, there's a lot of experts that will tell you that is not good for your sleep. Because it'll put you to sleep good, but it stops you from ever getting into being able to get in that deep REM sleep. So it's not healthy as far as sleep wise for you to take it to go to sleep. But again, still way better and healthier than alcohol. And also, right at the same time I talked about this, I got a text from my attorney and I was like, they're going to be telling me to make sure I'm clear that I'm not a medical doctor and don't take medical advice from me. So that is not what it was, but I do need to say that. I'm not a medical doctor at all. Do not take medical advice from me. In all seriousness, don't take medical advice from me. I've never heard it unaliving anybody except one man who had a bell fall. Oh, I got you. It's highly addictive. It can be addictive for sure, but alcohol is just as addictive, if not more. Again, none of this stuff you want to use on a daily basis. Unless you have some kind of chronic pain. So if you're having to take pain medicine every day, then it's way healthier for you and better for you're way better off to do the green stuff every day. But other than that, yeah, you shouldn't use the stuff every day. Again, just like you should not drink alcohol, especially every day, and you can get addicted to it. You know, there's only 2 drugs that if you're addicted and your body is used to them, that you can't just stop cold turkey. And if you do, there's a really good chance it will take your life. There's only 2. One is alcohol. When you go into DTs, you are near death. You can't stop alcohol cold turkey. You can't. You have to get medical assistance. It will take your life. The other is benzodiazepines. Or diazepines. So, like the Z word, I got to start being careful about what I'm saying. TikTok's going to kick me off. But the benzos, which is your Ativan and Xanax, those things. If you take those every day, you cannot stop cold turkey. It can take your life. You can't. You have to be extremely careful. That's it. There is no other drug that the withdrawals will take your life. A lot of people think H, the brown powder, Fent, a lot of people think those will. They won't. Now, I've seen a lot of people going through those withdrawals, and they wish they were not alive. And they'll tell you that. It's horrible. But just getting off of those, you can stop them cold turkey. It's not going to take your life. Now, before somebody says it, yes, if you're sick throwing up from your withdrawals from H or Fent, and you get extremely dehydrated, then you could die of dehydration. Yes. But you're not dying from the actual, just getting off the drug. But alcohol and benzos, you will die just getting off the drug. You can't stop those cold turkey. You have to be weaned off of them. Now, Lisa says the green stuff has absolutely no addictive properties. The only thing I'm speaking for is I've talked to thousands and thousands of people that use the green stuff. And most of them, especially the ones that use it often, they will tell you it is addictive. Now, it may not have the same physical addiction properties or whatever as a lot of drugs, but they will tell you straight up it can be addicting for sure. Yeah, it's a mental addiction. And I've heard that from a lot. And that's why I say, yeah, it's not good. You shouldn't use it every day. Inside ulcerated my stomach and esophagus, and my only alternative is plain Tylenol for spinal stenosis. Oh, that's horrible. I hate to hear that. You got to be careful with the Tylenols and the aspirins. You have to. If you're taking those every day, you better go to a doctor and see what you can do, because they'll eventually eat your stomach up. I'm 45 and I've never done either a day in my life. What either are you talking about? I'm guessing you're talking about the green stuff. Are you saying alcohol too? I'm 43 and not done the green stuff, but I definitely drink alcohol. I don't drink now, but I have in the past. One and only said, it is addictive. Anything done repeatedly is addictive. I figured this out in Winston County. Yeah, and that's again, I've spoken to a lot of like daily users, and they'll tell you it is addictive, or can be anyway. Wow, Isha. So you've never drank alcohol? That's impressive. Yeah, I got you, Lisa. And I figured that's what you were meaning. Yeah, I hate that, Tammy. But again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to pretend to be. So don't take medical advice from me. If I were you, I would definitely be researching. And I think that's all I can probably legally need to say at this point. But kind of read between the lines of what we've been talking about. I would look at other options, alternatives. Be a lot healthier for you. I've never heard a violent weed mouth, only a drunk mouth. No, you're absolutely right. Alcohol is responsible for a very large percentage of domestic violence incidents, a large percentage. Uh, I mean, fights. When I was in college, if I drank whiskey, I was fighting somebody that night. Like if we were going out to the bar, just no way around it. It made me. I enjoyed fighting anyway, so it was in me. But when I drink whiskey, I was 100%. I was going to fight somebody. I mean, I was going to be fighting somebody. I loved it, and it was I mean, that's what it did that for me. I'd probably been way better off using the green stuff then, but I never used it because I knew I was wanting to be in law enforcement, and so I never used it. But those kind of things. I mean, you're exactly right though. It causes a lot of physical altercations, a lot of fights, but especially the domestic violence stuff for sure. Isha is one of my new best friends, by the way. However, I do have a 30-year-old son. I had him at 16, so different strokes for different folks, I guess so. But look at you now. Now you have a fully grown son at your age. I didn't have children young then, so I'm having to be a parent to little ones at 43, and it's a struggle. It's hard to keep up with them all the time. But my mom had me when she was 15. And that did not turn out well. She did not know what she was doing. I did not have a good childhood, to say the least. A dad to a 5-year-old at 43 is more than I bargained for, but he saved me. Yeah, I've got a 2-year-old at 43. I would go crazy. My grandkids drive me crazy. I'm not that grandma that always wanting to spend the night. Is it all right if I call you Mama Isha from now on? Just sounds funny. You're now looking at my face. Since we're talking about kids, can we all say a prayer for Will? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Will Roberts. That's who she's talking about. And again, if you're not following Brittany Roberts on Facebook, go follow her page. And she is constantly updating everything, and she's entertaining too. She's for the stuff they're going through, but she'll still throw in a good comedy post. But it follow her, and where you can stay up to date on everything, and plus that helps them financially. But this past week they found out that his cancer had spread to his brain, which is obviously not good, but they're still in high hopes. And I think they are back in California right now getting that new treatment. And so, but yeah, they definitely need our prayers for sure. But they're great people. I've known them for a long time. Just great people. No one deserves to go through what they're going through, but they especially don't. It's horrible. But Will's an amazing young man. I mean, no way around that. He's an amazing young man. Well, hell no, call me Nene. That's what they call me. Wow, that just triggered an inside joke that I've had with some buddies for a long time. I don't think I could ever call anybody Nene. Oh, I wish I could tell that story, but I can't. It's very entertaining, though. My husband is 55 and has a 7-year-old and 35-year-old. Yeah, that's quite the difference there. A lot of years in between. We're only That's why there's not a lot of people on TikTok. We're only at 20,000 likes. Y'all been sleeping over there. Hey, thank you, Brianna, for that rose. I really appreciate that. Yeah, especially for those on TikTok, if you are enjoying the live and getting some value out of it, we do accept gifts and would appreciate them. That platform drives me crazy. So, and I've been having this discussion with my team about TikTok. I watched a guy this morning, and in 5 minutes, and I'm not exaggerating, all he does a live, and all he does is he gets extremely excited every time somebody gives him a gift, like sends him a gift. I mean, like over the top excited, and he plays flashing lights, and he's just it. But that's all he does. He's like, "Oh my God, thank you," and just yelling and screaming and excited. I saw him make $3,000 in 5 minutes on TikTok this morning, just by doing that. $3,000, and that was just in the 5 minutes I watched. I guarantee you he made $50,000 this morning, and probably does it every day. That's crazy to me. But in 5 minutes, I saw him make $5,000. And like I was telling my team, I'm like, I do 4 hours on live. Like right now, we're at 2 hours and 50 minutes. I've made $2.17 on TikTok. That's it. But somebody, again, TikTok's, it's crazy. Somebody on the team was talking, we were talking about the other day, they watched someone during one live. Like, they made $500,000. They made $500,000 during one live. Who y'all talking about being a bully? I've never gone live on TikTok. I don't like folks looking at me for real, but I have several viral videos and I haven't made a dime. I mean, I've made some money on TikTok. That's the only reason they're still on there. I mean, it pays me decent for my podcast and videos. I don't make anything on live. Like I said, I've made $2.17 this whole night. But yeah, there's people that do their lives, and again, they don't have special talents. They don't talk about anything meaningful whatsoever. I don't get it. And I told my team I'm starting to do that, and they said no, I can't. So they've grounded me from it. I'm not allowed to try it. I was Trying to think about the other day if there's a way I could sneak a live in without them knowing and trying it and see how it worked out. I could be exciting. I could get excited every time somebody sent me a $500 gift. By the way, I did not realize. So there is one gift, and he got it. I saw him get it twice in this 5 minutes. There's one gift on TikTok that is worth $500, and some guy sent him 2 of those in that 5 minutes. It's the TikTok universe. That's it. The TikTok universe. But yeah, if you want an easy way to start making a lot of money, get on TikTok and just go live and just start being extremely exciting. I mean, it's like people are just literally throwing tons of money at these people. It's crazy. I can't take my clothes off. I've never taken my clothes off on TikTok, and they banned me one time for nudity. So definitely, if I actually did it, my God, they would ban me for life. I'll never understand why they send gifts to rich people like they need the money. I'm pissy. I mean, it does blow my mind. Like that guy, like I said, that he's literally, it's all he's doing is he gets really excited when somebody sends him. He's like, "Oh my God, thank you." And again, he probably, I mean, he made I guarantee you made at least $20,000 just this morning. I'm tell how much that guy makes a month just doing that. It's crazy. Maybe every time you say Stapleton, you scream. Oh, by the way, Ashley, thank you for your gifts. Very appreciative. Do they like feed or is that OnlyFans? I don't know. Maybe. Isha, will you get on a? We need you to get on a TikTok live tomorrow and just put your feet up on the desk, your bare feet, and we'll see how well it does. I'll take 50% of the earnings because it was just now my idea. It's a fair split. Oh, I forgot. We really can't say that on TikTok. They will kick it. They will kick you off for talking about that subject seriously. It's weird. You can't say the F word. Yeah, no, they'll kick you straight off. I've had many people tell me that to make sure not to say that F word. Think about that. What in the world? But Baker, you got a tan going on. Oh yeah, I got a good tan. I was at the beach all week. Got a good tan. with the way they look now, would definitely get banned. Tracy has the best idea, Isha. And when you do it, you put them up on the table and then you say, "Hello, my front porch friends." Do we need to check and see if Karen Wheaton has posted a new video? Tracy, is that why you brought up front porch friends? You miss hearing it? How do you generate money on YouTube? I haven't been able to comment when watching. Is it by sharing or views? It's kind of all. There's some kind of the earnings on any of these platforms are very, very confusing. There's like a formula, and I would be lying if I say I understood it because I don't. YouTube is probably the best paying one, but it's extremely hard to grow on there. But it is probably the best paying one. But again, I don't understand the formulas exactly. Like, I'll have a video, say on TikTok. I'll have a video. I'll do a podcast, and it gets 300,000 views. And just for an example, let's say it paid me $400 for that one video. The next day, I may have a video that got 60,000 views, and it paid me $450. Or I may have one with 60,000 views, and it paid me $300. And then I may have one with 300,000 views, and it paid me $20. That's really how it goes. So again, there's some kind of formula, but I don't know what good it would do me for knowing the formula exactly. But there's some kind of crazy formula. But again, I'd be lying if I say I understood it. But the big money on TikTok is those lives that those people do like that and those battles. I just now learned about the battles and how much money people make on those. Crazy money, because people just, again, they get on there and they just throw money at you. But that's how you make the really big money on TikTok. Oh, that's gross, Lisa. Probably the crustier and nastier, the better. Oh, that's gross. No, people are weird. People are weird. Maybe I should go live from the undeveloped land. Be careful out there by yourself. Karen or some of her minions are probably hiding in the bushes with binoculars looking at you. With my go look at the moon. Let me see. I can probably see the moon from No, it's too cloudy at my house. Yeah, it's behind some clouds. What? Oh, it's fine. It's cloudy. I ain't going out there. They're not about to get me. Not now. In all seriousness, with the Colt, with the ramp and Karen Wheaton, I've heard of some strange things that they. So I just everything I've heard about them, I just learned a new thing just a couple of nights ago by watching some of Stephen Womack's post videos. And when he was on staff there, he was at some point he was like an enforcer. And remember, this is supposed to be a ministry. But he was an enforcer. And when people would stop coming, like if you were a regular and you came every Sunday or whatever, and then you just stopped coming for a little bit, they would send people out to follow you around and see what you were doing. That's a cult. So if you go to a church that does that, you're in a cult, not a church. So, but I was saying that just to say, in all seriousness, you got to be careful around there, up there, with those people. There's a lot of money involved. I'll say this: I've been more paranoid and watching my back more since I started talking about them than I was talking about Nick Smith and the Walker County stuff. Truly. So I am more worried about them trying to do something than I was the Walker County stuff. Sienna, I have no idea what that word means. I'm talking about the ramp, which is a cult disguised as a ministry operates out of Hamilton, Alabama. Well, their main home base is in Hamilton, Alabama. They also have a campus in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and one in the UK. But it's an all-out cult and very long history, horrible history of child predators being on staff there. And so I've since started researching a lot more about Perry Stone and the what's her name, Joni, whatever. She just passed away, but Daystar, I think that's what it is. Wow, the similarities between those and the ramp are unbelievable. And I've not dug into this enough yet to learn all the exactly what happened. But Joni Lamb also faced some scrutiny at a time because she had been accused of turning her back on some child predator stuff in her organization and fell under a lot of scrutiny about that. So this is very concerning to see that it's this widespread in these ministries. There's something there. Again, it's not a coincidence. That's a pattern, and it's a big pattern, and a very concerning one. Yeah, they also tell members who they can and cannot associate with. Oh yeah, absolutely. The Baptists used to show up to our house and check on us and pray. Uncomfortable visits to me. Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm fully against that. I mean, it depends. But what it sounds like, the ramp, they weren't going and approaching you. They were, for lack of a better words, hiding in the bushes, watching you from a distance, seeing what you were doing. So somebody else has mentioned that Hillsong documentary. Where is that? What's that on? There's some pure comedy going on Facebook right now, by the way. He just said, imagine them looking for me, and I'm just in the bed rubbing those two things I walk on together. And Lisa said, that might be their mating call. Better be careful. Oh, that's funny. Hi, I'm new to politics. Well, good news is not a political podcast. This looks like a MAGA Israel first show. I don't understand why it looked. In all seriousness, what have I said tonight that makes you? I mean, I don't get that. Have we said things tonight that would just stand out like that? I don't understand. Anybody? Y'all help me out with that. And they said, I'm new to politics. This looks like a MAGA Israel first show. But like we don't really talk about politics on here ever. Unless it's something to do with corruption. But if it's not anything to do with corruption, we don't talk about politics on here. Are you saying that just because I'm a white military guy? I mean, that's all I can figure out. But the other good thing is I am very welcoming of people that have different views than me. I enjoy that. I want people on and following me that have completely different views because I like to have those discussions as long as we can have a mature discussion about it. I enjoy that because I always learn something. That's the kind of discussions I love to have. I love debating. It's one of my favorite things to do. You can ask my team. We don't kick people off because they disagree or have different views. I'm very against that. So we don't block people. We don't kick them off. I mean, nothing like that just because they have completely different views than us. Again, I welcome that. If you're just surrounded by people that think just like you, it's a pretty boring life. Are you a master debater or just a debater? I don't know. I don't know what qualifies you to be a master debater. And yes, I know what you're trying to do there. He said, no, I'm a white man, Army vet also. $30 31S or 31s in the old nomenclature? I don't know what you mean by that. I guess you could call it a crime podcast, but we fight and call out corruption. I'm investigative journalist and investigate corruption from government, local, state, national, whatever. And organizations as well. And then also talk a lot about child predators. We fight and go after child predators and call them out, and especially when they're parts of organizations. And then the other thing is missing cold cases, missing persons cases, unsolved cases like that. And we talk a lot about that stuff in those cases to try to help the families get answers on those things. But I wasn't Army. I was Navy. But I was in a land combat unit. I've never been on a ship. But yeah, those are the three things that we discuss. Okay, I'm getting in trouble here, so let me give some disclaimers. I need to make it clear I am not condoning the green stuff or anything illegal. And that I will only, if I use it, I will only use it legally. And that is true. Okay. So we clear on that. So I'm not condoning anyone getting anything illegal, and I wasn't. So you need to make that clear. And if I ever use it, it will be legally. All right, let's move on. Ones? Are you talking about the West Alabama Narcotics Task Force? Yes, I was on that task force for a long time. I'm still on, Kayla. Nice of you to finally join us. May 13th, 1985, changed my life forever. Look up Philly Move. True Crime Gold. I watched it live on TV. Let me take that down. Check that out. Also, I know you're not political. I mean, I didn't say I wasn't political. I just said this is not really a political podcast by any means. But the Frisco town hall speech is pretty powerful. But I mean, I enjoy talking about politics. It's my I have a bachelor's degree in political science, but um, I never want this to be a political podcast. It's not what I want this to be about because that causes only certain types of people to watch and follow. And what we do is bring awareness to things that need awareness brought to them. And so I don't want to put that lock around it. So the May 19th, 2026 Frisco City Council meeting, which lasted nearly 5 hours with over 50 speakers, it focused on zoning development approvals for religious facilities on land long zoned for places of worship. Wow. 5 hours and over 50 speakers. I will probably have to watch that. That does sound interesting. Okay, so I've seen this clip of Jake Lang being escorted out. I didn't realize that's what it was from, but I saw that. I've seen that clip a couple times. So one thing that just stuck out to me says he made references to pedophilia in certain cultures. That is a fact in certain cultures. As sad as it is, that I don't know exactly what he was talking about or anything like that, but I do know, unfortunately, there are certain cultures that is a really big thing. It's very sick. Some cultures in, I don't know, maybe Afghanistan. Sick. And it is literally part of their culture. They don't think anything about it. And speaking on Texas, there's a podcast that we'll be doing in the next few days. It'll probably go live Tuesday or Wednesday about an attorney in Texas that's a story I'm not happy about. He's a child predator and was caught red-handed, and he served 60 days in jail, and that's it. So we're going to be calling out that court system there and the judge, everybody that was a part of. I mean, just let him go. It's unacceptable. You're white, straight, Christian, and Southern. But wouldn't that be profiling? Yeah, I don't. Profile me all you want. I know who I am. Ain't gonna bother me. But no, you're exactly right, Natalie. Some people do profile like that. Is there any update on the guy from Arkansas that got arrested for protecting his daughter? So she's talking about Aaron Spencer out of Lonoke County, Arkansas. And we had an update a few weeks ago where the defense filed some stuff, and the judge ruled in their favor on some really important things. So, but as of right now, we're still just waiting on a new trial date. Sutton, what city? What are you asking about? What city? Oh, the judge. Yeah, I can tell you that. Let me see. It's, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, but McLennan County, and it's in Waco, Texas. I wasn't even thinking, but yeah, it's Waco. So that's a city where most people are familiar with for a really, really horrible reason. Speaking of cults. But Adam Hoffman, a 49-year-old Waco attorney with a practice in criminal law, faced first-degree felony charges last summer for SA of a young child. He was charged in McLennan County with indecent assault under Texas Penal Code section blah, blah, blah. After a mistrial in June of 25, Hoffman struck a plea deal with prosecutors. He pleaded guilty in April 2026 to reduced charges. Indecent assault, and I'm not familiar with the Texas law, so I apologize, but indecent assault and displaying harmful material to a minor under Texas Penal Code. His initial plea deal called for just 1 day in jail with credit for time served. That sentence was later increased to 60 days following an intense public outcry. So, yeah, they were originally going to try to give him no time, not even a day in jail. And he served those 2 months and walked free. He has since moved to Nebraska. He is under a lifetime protective order prohibiting contact with the victim, but he is not required to register as an offender, which is complete BS. And he did not permanently lose his law license. That's the kind of man that will end up being a judge somewhere in Nebraska if we don't make enough noise. But that's what this podcast is about, to make enough noise about that POS, that it evil excuse for a human, and to make sure everyone knows who he is and everyone knows he is scum of the earth and should not even be on this earth anymore. And he should have to live out the rest of his life miserable with everybody watching him and everybody knowing who he is, with no friends and no one around him. You want me to tell you how I really feel? Oh. It's not funny, but sometimes you just got to laugh just to get through. Yeah, and so many are outraged. Listen to this. Many are outraged U.S. Senator John, I'm struggling with some pronouncing some names tonight. John that's a Comyn. You guys as good as mine. John Coleman, Republican of Texas, tweeted on May 16th, "It is important to note that the predators who commit these crimes tend to repeat them over and over again until stopped." And that is exactly right. We know that. That's again, this is not a theory. That's been proven. They will all, if given the chance, they will almost always repeat. And he says they could have stopped this. They could have stopped this one, but instead cut him loose to reoffend over and over again, putting more children at risk. And the child's own mother told the Texas Tribune, "We were put in an impossible situation. How do you trust the prosecution to go back to a case that they want to plead out when they're the ones that are supposed to fight for it and they don't want to do it?" That's sad. So, and I know I've got a decent amount of Texas followers, audience. So we need, again, the full podcast. I'll be doing the full podcast. It'll be coming out sometime this next week with all the details of this. But we need to bring attention to this. This needs to get nationwide. Ugh. Isha, you're killing me. I'm not even repeating your comment. Random question. Have y'all ever been on jury duty? I've never been chosen. In my mind, I would love to do that. I've never been chosen and can promise you I never will. That's one plus to being law enforcement. They do not want you on a jury. What about the sheriff and judge in Kentucky? It's been very hush-hush. That's been a very strange case, but I do think that's come down to, I think the sheriff just lost his mind, literally. I think he was dealing with some really bad, horrible mental episode or something. I don't know. But as far as I can tell, I mean, I know there's a lot of crazy conspiracy theories out there about that, but I've not seen anything that would say otherwise, other than he had gotten his mind that judge did something, and I don't know, it's crazy. I remember when that happened, and I was like, this is something that only happened in the Wild West, like literally, for a current sheriff to walk into a judge's quarters and take his life just out of nowhere. It's just something that doesn't happen in today's time, thankfully, but it did there. It was weird. Stephen, if you're saying the green stuff research proves that it lowers IQ, show me that research. Because I'll tell you how much I've researched this subject. I've literally written a book. It's not been published. I don't know that I'm going to publish it. Probably will at some point. But I spent over 2 years researching everything about this. And there is no research that says that. Or maybe you've seen something that claims there is, but if you have, that's made up. I know for a fact there's never been. Let me be careful what I say. I don't want to misspeak. Let me not say that. Let me say I'm almost positive there's never been any research into that. I don't even know how they would research that, honestly. But no, that's not true. No actual experts that have actually done research on that would say that at all. Now, again, I don't doubt that you may have seen that somewhere. There's a lot of again, Big Pharma puts out a lot of false information on it, and they put a lot of money towards those campaigns. But that's Big Pharma. I mean, it just is. And that's coming from. I've sent people to prison for that. And I was a long-time narcotics agent. So I've seen both worlds of it. But as far as the green stuff physically harming you, there's research that proves the opposite. Now, again, if you do use it, only use it in moderation. And I need to say, only use it where it's legal, but only use it in moderation. Yeah, you shouldn't do it every day. I mean, there's no kind of drug you should do every day or anything. Let me pull this up. This is no offense to you, but this research, this site you just sent me, literally uses the term, I'm not making this up, pot smokers. Those are the things I'm trying to look for. Using the term pot smokers, and this is supposed to be a legit study is it's not. That is not a term that in a legit research study by PhDs, that's not a term they're going to use. I was trying to see who they tested or how or whatever, but I saw that word and I was like, Jesus Christ. So the one the one he sent me to was, this was done in 1973. So a later study so this was done allegedly on 1,000 people that they tested their IQ when they were 13. And then they tested their IQ again when they were 38. And all the ones they tested began smoking the green stuff either at age 18 or younger. So a new researcher has spoken out against this and says that, and there's a lot of technical terms here, but says there's more proof that the ones that began smoking at a young age they had a low IQ, which is one of the reasons they began smoking this at a young age. And so he says there's no way of knowing, but this anything done in 1973 on this, I don't believe at all, especially in 1970. I don't believe anything that was done in 2000, but especially in 1973. Again, I've got some of the proof of where there were certain studies done on this that was later proven that certain pharmaceutical companies literally paid these scientists, like they paid for this research. And if they weren't happy with the results, they made them research it again. So you can't trust that at all. But again, there was truly not much research done on this ever, like in reality, until the late 90s. So most of the studies that were done prior to that were not real. And now, since there's been actual proven studies done, it's showing the other thing. Now, should you use that at that young age? Absolutely not. I'm no doctor. Could that possibly affect your IQ if you're using a substance like that at that young age? Yeah, probably could. Just as alcohol can. So my point is, the number one thing I want you to realize, my point is not that it's the safest thing ever and that everybody should use it and get you. That is not my point. I don't think that. My point is, it is at least 10 times safer for anyone to use over alcohol. And so that's what I wrote about, was what alcohol does and what the green stuff does, and the effects, that how these two substances truly affect society. And alcohol, I mean, there's night and day difference of how horrible it is for you. If we banned alcohol tomorrow, fully banned it, and made the green stuff fully legal, we would be a lot better society. way better off. There's no doubt. But the studies that were done in the 70s and in the 60s, 70s, again, it's been proven they weren't true. They were financed by the pharmaceutical companies, by the pharmaceutical companies' scientists. So the scientists literally worked for the pharmaceutical companies. So these were not random scientists just truly out researching stuff. They were scientists that were on the payroll for the pharmaceutical companies. You can't trust that. But again, don't get me wrong. A teenager should absolutely not use this stuff. Absolutely not. So what I'm saying, if you're a grown adult and you have to use one or the other, alcohol or the green stuff, you need to be using the green stuff. You will be a lot healthier. And as far as physical, the green stuff, and also let me be clear, I'm not talking about smoking it. That's not good for you. Smoking anything is not good for you. It's bad for your lungs. It's really bad. So I'm simply talking about edibles used in moderation by grown adults. But no matter how you look at it, and my whole point of the reason I really dug into this Street Church and did all the writing I did on it was to prove how crazy it is that we're okay with alcohol, but we're not with the green stuff when there's a 9-day difference in the two. Alcohol is responsible for more deaths than any other drugs by far. Alcohol is more responsible for more deaths than all the other drugs put together. That's a fact. Alcohol is responsible for a large percentage of domestic violence incidents, very large percentage. Alcohol is responsible for, and I don't remember all the exact percentages off the top of my head. I've got them all, but it's responsible for a lot of motor vehicle deaths. Now, one argument is, well, there's not as many people that use the green stuff. I agree. But the stats still outweigh themselves by a ton. So, yes, part of the reason there's not as many motor deaths caused by the green stuff is because there's not as many people use the green stuff as alcohol. But still, the percentages are way different. Like it's a no-brainer. Now, should you drive using the green stuff? Absolutely not. That's just as bad as driving under the influence of alcohol. Don't get me wrong about that. But just looking at alcohol and the deaths it's responsible for, it's a no-brainer. And physically, alcohol is responsible for so many deaths. The green stuff physically has been proven to be responsible for literally barely a handful of people. And some of those are questionable. But alcohol will kill your liver. It is horrible on your liver. It's horrible on your whole body, but especially your liver. Our liver is one of our most important. What? I never had to spray air freshener in a room to kill non-existent spiders for someone who uses the green stuff, but I have for someone in DTs. Yeah. No, I mean, DTs are deadly. Yeah, and good point, Christy. We're not even talking about the opiates. If you add the amount of deaths that opiates and alcohol combined are responsible for, it's astronomical versus the amount of deaths that the green stuff's responsible for. Like you're talking about 90-something% versus less than 0.0001%. Now, obviously, that's just a made-up example of percentages, but, I mean, it probably is that big of a difference. But, yeah, both of those, opiates, alcohol, horrible on your liver, horrible on your stomach. I mean, there's do y'all remember at some point when there was these studies that came out that said alcohol was actually healthy for you if you drink 1 or 2 drinks a night or something like that? Guess who paid for that? The alcohol companies. Now, that's been proven that was complete hogwash. The fact is, our government has brainwashed us for a long time. And there's no way around that. It's been happening for a lot of years. And the big pharma is the biggest downfall of our culture, of our country. Big pharma. But we saw the same thing with these studies and stuff. Purdue Pharma, who was responsible for the oxys, they had all this research that they showed. You remember this? They had all this research, these long-term studies, these studies they had done on what oxys did to you and how they weren't addictive at all. Y'all remember that? And these studies were done by legit scientists with with crazy credentials. Guess what? They were completely made up. Completely. That's what Big Pharma will do. And again, we know Big Pharma is responsible for every negative thing that's ever been said about the green stuff. Every politician that comes out talking about it, they're in Big Pharma's pockets. I'm telling you, that's a fact. Oxys, exactly, Christy. Oxys were marketed. The big thing about them was they were not addictive. That was why they were so popular. They were the best thing ever because their studies showed they were not addictive. Turned out to be literally the most addictive drug pharmaceutical we've ever had. Yep, you're exactly right, Christy. Not one member of the Shackler family has ever spent a day in jail. They're responsible for more deaths in this country than any other country has ever been responsible for. Well, until now. China's responsible for more now with fent. Because fent is being sent here by China. This is a war. And they're taking out more US citizens than any country ever has, and we've just been standing by letting it happen. I mean, I've talked to people that have firsthand knowledge on these scientists that work with the cartels China literally sent tons of chemists and scientists to Mexico, to the cartels, to help them start producing fent. And how many lives in this country has fent now destroyed? There's no way of even knowing that number. There's not. I mean, it's you couldn't even think of what the number was. There's no way of knowing. But again, just because our doctor and our government says, hey, it's safe to take this, but not this, we just listen. So for over a year, every fent deadly overdose that we had in the county where I was, I had to respond to those. Every single one. For over a year. I saw more dead bodies in that year than I've ever seen in my entire life, all put together. It was almost a daily thing. I mean, I've seen this firsthand. I've seen what this does to families. I've been, and I told y'all the story, the most heartbreaking thing that I've ever seen in my life has to do with oxys. I was called out in the middle of the night to this house, nice house in a nice neighborhood. Husband was found in the bathroom. Needle was literally still sticking in them. A lot of these I went on, the needle was literally still in them. That's how instant they go. It's either still sticking in them or laying beside them when they fell, it fell out. But this house had like two small children, and I don't remember their exact ages or anything, but between 5 and 10. Both these children were between 5 and 10 years old. Dad is still laying in the bathroom. Mom is sitting on the couch with the kids. They're all crying, of course. Horrible scene, horrible situation. I go in the back, and there was a decent amount of oxys in the bathroom. That's what he was shooting up. They were melting. He was melting those down and shooting them up. And so I got the rest of them to take for evidence. And I come walking back through the living room with that bag of those in my hand. And the mom, and I was on the back side of the couch, of the other couch, and the mom jumped over the couch and tackled me. I'm not making this up. It was the thing I least expected to happen. She jumped over the couch onto my, it wasn't really my back, but like my side, and tripped me up trying to take that bag from me. There's 3 or 4 patrolmen sitting in there. Her kids are sitting in there, some other family members. And she attacked me trying to get that bag from me. She was way more worried about me taking those than she was her husband laying on the floor dead with her 2 small children sitting there beside her. And she was just screaming, "You can't take those. You're not taking those." It was horrible. It was crazy. That's what that drug will do to you. But it's a night I will never forget. And again, it was just the saddest thing I've ever seen. Because I remember getting back up and putting her in cuffs. And so now the kids are sitting there. I remember looking at those two kids sitting on the couch, and they were just so distraught and squalling, and they were scared for her now. They knew their dad was in there. I mean, it was horrible. But that's all she cared about, because she was addicted to him too. But that scene, that incident that night is exactly why anytime I've ever had to go to the doctor, like I broke my hand at work one time, and like he was prescribing me uh, like hydrocodone, and someone was like, "No, I'm not, and I'm not. I'm never going to take those things." I saw that night, and I was like, "Jesus Christ, there's no way I'm putting that in my body." I mean, it affected me it that's how it affected me. Yeah, no, I guarantee you, if you would have kept on, Christy, you would have. Because I've spoken to many addicts that said that they never in their life dreamed they'd ever use a needle, and there they were. I mean, it'll make you do things that you would have never ever done in your life. I mean, I'm telling you, I've heard, yeah, the stories I've heard is unbelievable. But that's again, that's what pisses me off so bad about the green stuff. I'm not advocating for it. Like I said, I'm not saying everybody should use it or anything. I'm saying I know we would be so much better off as a society. So many lives would be saved and not ruined if we would ban those things and have them using the green stuff. That's just, I mean, but we don't, and it's because of money. Is this, Isha, is this something like recent, or has it been a while? So the guy over here on YouTube is still, he's killing me. He says, I should start a show. Bet I could get 3 individuals to tune in like this lame shit here. For one, they're Super Big Daddy. I don't care if it is just 3. If they want to hear, if they're interested in me sitting here talking, I'll talk. But I'm on 3 different platforms. And I have a lot more than what's on YouTube, which for whatever reason I'd never have many. But thank you for noticing. Notice how I folded. What did I fold? What are you even talking about, dude? Tax income over $3 million at 90% now. Yeah, that'll work. How about letting somebody that earns $3 million keep their $3 million? If you want $3 million, go make it. It really is that simple. You just have to be willing to do what you got to do, what it takes to earn the $3 million, which is obviously something you're not willing to do. But you want the people who are willing to do it to pay for you. How have I shadow banned you? It doesn't even make sense. So y'all are missing it on YouTube over here. This guy's on a roll. Since traffic cameras are automating police work, we can lay off police, right? I'll give you you win the dumbest comment of the day for that one. If you think police work is writing people tickets, you know nothing about police work. I was in law enforcement for 17 years, and I wrote one speeding ticket in 17 years. And there's not a police officer in this country that cares about the revenue. It doesn't affect their pay one way or the other. And there are no police unions in my state. Well, in Alabama, the politicians is not who votes for making the green stuff illegal or legal. It's put out to the voters. So it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or Democrat. It's the actual voters. Why do poor working class folks continue voting for the same old party that keeps conditions bad? I mean, if you're talking about the Republicans, I've voted for a Republican my entire adult life, and I live a pretty good life. I am enjoying this, guys. It's very entertaining. Is it true that have to have a monthly quota? No, that is against federal law. That is not true at all. You're not allowed to have a quota. I do enjoy responding to these dumb comments, though. Oh, here's a good one. Every homeless person and every addict is a failure of society and government policy, not a failing of the individual. I know a lot of previous addicts, and I think they would probably disagree with that. Because if your statement was true, every single one of us would be addicts. You have to exploit the working class. I just told you how you can go on TikTok and make $3 million. I just told you how I watched a guy make $5,000 in 5 minutes this morning on TikTok. He wasn't exploiting the working class. No one is here to advocate for your Epstein agenda. See, you're a freaking idiot. That's literally the thing I'm most against. And that does piss me off, you saying something stupid like that. And that's why you use a fake name and you don't have your real name up there, because you would never say something like that with your real name. Because now I know you're sitting in your grandma's basement, poor as can be. If you don't want to be poor, don't be poor. In Alabama, so he said they literally rely on ticket revenue for their paychecks. In Alabama, a sheriff's department makes zero money from traffic tickets. None of that money goes to the sheriff's office. So again, you're wrong. So if a deputy in Alabama writes you a ticket, it's because they thought you needed it. My wife is not my mod. I have an entire team on here. My wife doesn't even watch my lives, to be honest with you. That was all entertaining and fun, except for so that's one reason when I said I got out of law enforcement at 17 years when I knew mentally I needed to. Because I was like in person, and I'll just be honest with you. In person, if somebody said that to me in person, there's a decent chance, my lawyer's about to text me, there's a decent chance I'm not going to knock your fucking teeth down your throat. And that'll be your fault, not mine. And if I have to go to jail for a night, it'll be worth it. I have the money to get out, and I won't lose my job because I work for myself. We're not going to block him. I don't do. I'm retired from law enforcement. I do this now. We need national health care. And we need to stop funding, and I can't even say the last thing because it's so ignorant. We need national health care. If you're so big on health care and want everybody to have it, go pay for somebody's health care. I'm sure I can find somebody that would love for you to pay for their health care. But I'm guessing you don't want to do that. You want us to pay for your health care. You don't want to pay for ours. But in all seriousness, if you're being serious in any way whatsoever, you know nothing about the way law enforcement and government works. Talking about quotas govern police work since they are often not fully funded through the budget. I don't even know what that means. Keep going, almost done popping my popcorn. I work 4:22 for the night. I've been going for a long time. Yeah, Tammy on Facebook said you can pay for hers. She'll gladly take it. Now he says, nah, bro, I have 6-figure bank accounts. I hope you do, dude. Hey, I'm happy for you if you do. I have no problem with that. But again, if you have 6-figure bank accounts, then you can afford to pay for Tammy's health care. So you just, I mean, now you have no excuse not to pay for it. He sounds like a front porch friend. Is this Karen Wheaton? That's who it is. I bet you it is. Karen, go to bed, old woman. It's way past your bedtime. Way past your bedtime. Isha, you were probably right on point. He was probably on Facebook, saw my live, but didn't want to get on here and comment with his real name, so he went over to YouTube. That's a good point. I bet you're right. We have known people to do that before. But I don't care. It's been kind of entertaining, honestly. Probably wearing his grandma's duster. Yeah, but Joyce, you're hip for your age, so you can stay up this late. Karen Wheaton is not hip. Even though she did that dance. Y'all remember the dance she did that we played the other night? Oh, that was funny. You're looking to pay for my shit? I'll be glad to let you pay for anything of mine. Send me some money. I'll spend it. I promise you I will. I like spending money. My wife will tell you that. Yes, Sutton, you can watch YouTube Live. And what's TikTok on? They flagged me for violent behavior. Oh, because I said they did get me because I said that. I know what I said. Oh well, they'll get over it. What was I about to say? Oh, so Sutton, starting this next Wednesday. So my lives are Mondays and Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Central and Fridays at 9 p.m. Central. But starting this coming Wednesday, my Wednesday night lives will be only on YouTube. So you have to go and subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is Agent D Baker, just like everything else. But make sure you go subscribe to my YouTube channel. That way you don't miss the Wednesday night lives. So now the other Mondays and Fridays will still be on all platforms, but Wednesday nights from now on will only be on YouTube. And that's because we're going to have some really, really deep discussions where we can be more open about the things we say and things like that on Wednesday nights. Because again, just like TikTok just proved, there's so many things you can't say, even if we're talking about real stuff that need to be talked about. There's so many things you got to be so careful about the words you use and all that mess on TikTok and Facebook. and YouTube is just better. You still have to be a little careful on YouTube, but it's way better. And so, but yeah, the Wednesday night shows from now on will be on YouTube only. So make sure you go and subscribe to my YouTube channel. And then that's also one of the few places you can find my full podcast. You can only find my full podcast on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. So if you want to watch my full podcast, that's YouTube's one of the places you can do that as well. But you'll get notified once you subscribe to my YouTube channel. You'll get notified of when my lives are coming, when my lives are up, and then also every time I drop a new podcast. What are you talking about, Isha? You better not what? Isha's over here screaming, yelling. She put it in all caps. I'm worried now. I don't know what she's talking about, though. Is Melissa even on here tonight? I haven't seen her. I guess she is. She was responding to her. Oh, Rosemary made a good point. Instead of this troll being Karen, it may be the child predator son-in-law, Mr. Samuel Bentley himself. All right, well, I'll play this. I see what you're talking about, the video of Karen. Well, I got to play it now since you told me not to. And you yelled at me saying not to. I've got to now. I'll play this and then I got to go. It's late. I think ending every show with a video of Karen dancing or hammering a computer. I don't know if I have the one of her dancing. Where did it go? I don't think this is it. Let me see, though.
Years ago when we, I shouldn't say this. Years ago when we first started the ramp, somebody asked one of our guys that. They said, what is the word ramp? R-A-M-P. What does that stand for? He said, runs away most people.
Didn't run away enough people. I know what we'll end it on, seriously. I can't remember. I can't find what file I put that one of her dancing in, but I'll find it. But I know what we. My goodness, where did it go? Oh, we got to get it pulled up. Here we go. We'll end the show on this one.
Yes, Lord, have your way, have your way, have your way, have your way.
For those of you who have never seen this is real. It's crazy that is to say this is Perry Stone, who is one of Karen Wheaton's best friends. And this is him praying in tongues, but also while he's text messaging. Speaking of drunk college kids.
Oh, hallelujah.
Oh, God. This owns me every time.
Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. God, touch this right now. Touch this situation. Touch this situation by the power of God. Touch this situation
by the power of God.
By the power of the Holy Ghost. By the anointing, by the anointing, by the anointing, by the anointing.
Oh, that's a good one. Anytime I need a good laugh, I'll just watch that one. All right. I will see y'all back Monday night at 8 p.m. Central. And hope y'all have a great weekend. Welcome to Truth Recon. I'm Agent D. Baker, former narcotics detective, SWAT team member, and U.S. Navy combat veteran. With years of real-world experience in high-stakes environments, I've seen firsthand the dangers that lurk both in our communities and now increasingly online. Before this show begins, understand this. What you are about to hear may be disturbing to some audiences. This podcast contains explicit language, dark themes, and real conversations that are not suitable for children and may be triggering for some individuals. If you choose to continue Do so knowing this content is intended for mature audiences only. Discretion is advised.